Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist. despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country. do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharata War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the magistral villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principle of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this,
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Welcome to Nithyananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we are embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us. That is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nithyananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nithyananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nithyananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of KAILASA, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nithyananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nithyananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nithyananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nithyananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashvatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nithyananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nithyananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate, with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle, and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nithyananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayaddvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय पराध्ये श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिव पुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीत सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Nithyananda. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position, straight, and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara bandha, the Udyana bandha and the Moola bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose and cross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight, visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands. Stop in that position. One leg stretched back. And raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Moola Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, Switch your legs around and let us do Virabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, Stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Varamudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. as you gaze towards your nose. Here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space, as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhyasana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. In Parshva Mayurasana, as you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjani Asana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward
And sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjani Asana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum, as you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your hands, your forearms, underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chinaki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chinaki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now, release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now, continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nithyanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasp together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Paramashanta. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. In Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly, take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest, toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The supreme point of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yathasanishtasana. In Yathasanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in, bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhyasana now, continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Udyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum, alone clenched as we enter Rudrasana 2, where Your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone from resting on your knees will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santa Dhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position. As you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Udyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out. Both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the supreme point of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, we welcome each and every single participant and all the viewers who's joining us live today for the day 5 of the Nithyananda Jayanti Brahmotsavam. And over the last few days, right, the amount of revelations Swamiji has revealed on Paramashiva Bhakti, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. Very elaborately Swamiji was revealing, right? What is it that we need to do for us to maintain, for us to retain the space of devotion within ourselves? As the first and foremost thing Swamiji says, Paramashiva Bhakti is what? You knowing Paramashiva. Paramashiva Jnana is what? Paramashiva know you. But Paramashiva Vijnana is Paramashiva knowing you. Swamiji himself knowing you. Understand? Very beautifully in the yesterday's satsang. Can I request all the participants to please come on cameras? I see so many of you logged in. Nithyananda, Ma Teresa, Ma Van, maybe, Ma Julie Silla, Nithyananda, Ma Shudini, Quickson Vengaya, Nithyanandam. So nice to see each and every one of you. Can I request all participants to please switch on your cameras, please? Requesting all of you. See, throughout all these last few days, Swamiji usually elaborated how in this time, during the Jayanti Brahmotsavam, all of us can focus on the Paramashiva Bhakti, nurturing, cherishing, building the Paramashiva Bhakti, Paramashiva Jnana, and the Paramashiva Vijnana in all of us, right? And yesterday, Swamiji beautifully explained to all of us how we should consciously cognize how we, through our mind, we can manifest anything, we can create anything. Our mind has the ability to create anything that we desire. Anything that you want to manifest, your mind has the ability to create it. And Swamiji also very beautifully spoke about the attention span and how you need to build the attention span, or how Swamiji also beautifully Swamiji revealed how in the modern day, for all of us, the attention span is reduced. How many of you are actually able to see that with the different lifestyles that we have, the different activities that we do, our attention span has gone completely down? Last few years itself, you could see when you were a child, how your attention span would have been compared to now when you're on social media and you're not cognizing, like you're not building the conscious cognitions, the liberating cognitions, how the attention span decreases. Very beautifully Swamiji said, right? How to work on our body. To give an example, Swamiji spoke about the Hatha Yoga Pratipika by the great sage Swatma Rama, right? Sorry. Hatha Yoga Pratipika is a direct revelation from Paramashiva himself, as Swamiji said. This Pratipika, this scripture, the Hatha Yoga Pratipika, which is revealed by Paramashiva, gives elaborate description, gives elaborate understanding, elaborately gives you how to manifest Paramashiva through your very body. Yes? Can I request all? I see so many of you are logged in. Can I request all participants to please come on camera? Ma Tik Singh Wang, Ma Shulini Durga, Majuri Silla, Ma When My Way, Ma Teresa. Come on, can I just each of you the post? How do you see? Are you actually manifesting the conscious cognitions within you? Are you having the liberating cognitions? Swamiji revealed to us, right? Like the principle of Sanatana Dharma is to hold, to have the liberating cognitions always. Nithyananda, Ma, Stephanie, Deitas. How are you, Ma? How are you feeling, Ma? Yesterday you were sharing, right? And how are you feeling now? Better? Little bit better. I request you all to keep writing down. You will see that the impossibility will go away and you will see you will manifest Paramashiva Sena to you. Okay. So let's all continue. So this scripture, right, the Hatha Yoga Pratipika, which Paramashiva revealed, it's directly how to manifest Paramashiva through your body. Now, there's very beautiful Upanishad called the Shiva Sankalpa Upanishad, where in this Upanishad, Paramashiva gives how to manifest Paramashiva to your mind. 6 techniques in this sutra. 6 techniques in this Upanishad. Paramashiva elaborates how to manifest Paramashiva in your mind. Psychologically, how to manifest Paramashiva in Yes, Nithyanandam to all the participants. I hope all of you are able to hear us. If you're able to hear us and see us clearly, you can put yes in the chat. Are we audible for all of you? Nithyanandam, okay, that's great. Yes, that's great. Okay, so let's all continue. So, as yesterday Swamiji was saying, right, in the Shiva Sankalpa Upanishad, right, which is actually an Upanishad, the scripture revealed by Paramashiva. In Paramashiva says how how you can manifest Paramashiva in your life. How to manifest Paramashiva through your mind. The 6 sutras he gives, the 6 knowledge. He gives powerful sutras. How can you apply them in our life? Understand, Swamiji says, when Paramashiva manifests through your mind, you have the power to manifest anything you want, like dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Understand your mind. All of us need to understand this one thing. Our mind has the capacity, right? Our mind has the ability to create any realities we want in our life. It's that powerful, Swamiji said. Literally has the power. Like, for example, if your body is not able to experience something, your mind has the power to make you experience that. That's the power of a mind. It has the ability to manifest whatever you want in your life. Your mind has the ability to access planes where physically also you will not be able to access. So, very beautifully after that Swamiji gave it. I request all participants to please participate. If you have any questions, any doubts, do feel free to post in the chat section. That's why, no problem. Do feel free to post in the chat section. Ma Stephanie, if you have any doubts, ma, go ahead and ask. Ma Stephanie, it is. Yes, if you have any questions, you go ahead. Feel free to ask. Okay. So, okay. Now, first thing you need to understand, Swamiji says, you know, in Paramadvaita, your mind becomes Manon Mani, meaning when your Atma becomes Paramatma, when your individual consciousness becomes the ultimate supreme consciousness becomes Manon Mani, and your body becomes Kailasa, your mind becomes Manasarovar. Your mind has the power to manifest anything you want in your life. Anything. It has the power to manifest anything you want. And that's what Swamiji said. Mana Mana becomes Manon Mani. Mana is what? Your mind. Mana means what? The silence, right? When the mind, the silence in the mind, the mana becomes Manon Mani. When your mind moves towards more and more, manifest Paramashiva's Manon Mani Shakti, the pure will, that Suddha Shiva manifests as Suddha Shakti through your mind. Understand? During the waking time, your mind goes to places where your physical body is able to reach, basically, like wherever your physical body is, like when you're awake, right? It's very nice. When, like, all the participants, all of you can see also. When you're awake, your mind can actually will actually take you to places where you're not able to reach, Swamiji said. That's the power of your mind. It has the ability to manifest anything you want. Are all the participants understanding? What you cognize through your mind, you can manifest anything that you want. Anything and everything can be manifested through your mind. Some questions, do you want to share any clicks you got from yesterday's satsang? Swamiji revealed so many beautiful truths. Very beautifully, yesterday Swamiji gave a samyama also, right? A beautiful process where you visualize that you are beyond this atmosphere, the gravity, the pure silence of the space. When you just experience that space which is above the atmosphere, which is not bound by the gravitational force, it is beyond the gravity. You will start hearing that anahata dvani. You'll be in the space of the pure anahata dvani, the sound of the cosmos. Yes. Nithyanandam to all the participants. Sorry for the technical glitch. Okay. So, very beautifully in this verse, yesterday, right, what Swamiji told, what Swamiji revealed. Swamiji said how your mind has the power, has the ability to manifest anything you want consciously. Like how, like Swamiji very beautifully gave the samyama, right? Where just by going to that space above the atmosphere and above where the gravitational force is, just going beyond that, there you will experience the space, the pure sound of anahat dvani, the unstruck sound. And if you have the attention span to the conscious cognitions, that means like during that time, if your attention span is there due to the conscious cognitions, you will know that yes, I'm experiencing the waking state. You'll feel that you'll experience that you are, understand Swamiji said, by just sitting in this visualization, right? Feel that you're beyond this earth. You're above this atmosphere where there's no gravity, the cosmos, where the pure cosmos, with the pure anahata dvai. And span to consciously cognize and experience, then you are in waking state. Like as Swamiji very beautifully said, the attention span in which you're having, how much attention span you're having, that differs to which state are we established in. Swamiji said it's lesser. If you're not able to hold thing, like so you're in a waking dreaming state, what we call the Jagrit Swapna state. If you lose your attention completely, you'll understand you are in your dream. You are in Swapna state. How many of you are understanding this? Or how many of you can relate this in your life? Can I request all participants to post which state do all of you spend? Like, how long is your attention span? Swamiji said. If your attention span is more, you are in a waking state. If it is reduced, you are in the Jagrat. You are in the waking dreaming state. But if your attention span is completely zero, nothing is there. If you don't have attention span at all, you are in Swapna. Ma Teresa, Nithyanandam, Ma Irene, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Shulni Durga. See, understand, like Swamiji, as we shared earlier, Swamiji briefly gave a very simple process to go beyond the atmosphere, the space of the atmosphere, where gravitational force is not there, gravitational pull is not there, and just listening to the anahata dvani, the unstruck sound. And Swamiji briefly revealed to us how the principle in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, like the principle is to always build only liberating cognitions. What happened? You should build only the liberating cognitions. See, Swamiji said, the mind, all of what we carry, the mind is, right? The mind is actually a very beautiful organ gifted for each and every one of us to live blissfully, to make celebration. And one of the most important competence you're asked to build in Hinduism, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, is always building liberating cognition. Right? Always building, consciously building liberating cognitions in life. And just destroy, like whatever you build in life due to fear, or whatever you build in that fear. When you do that, unfortunately, you lose the attention span. Your fear takes over your mind, and so you lose your attention span. But instead, these cognitions, even the living cognitions, when you increase your attention span, and when you are filled with the conscious cognitions, you will see how you will have a lot of confidence towards life, and you will become a Mano and Mauni. See, understand Swamiji said, this yesterday the whole satsang Swamiji is speaking about how to increase our attention span, right? What's it that we need to do? How can we increase our attention span? Swamiji said, ask if you can hold the attention span longer, you have the ability to consciously cognizing anything. When your attention span increases and filled with consciousness, you will see that a lot of confidence will manifest in your life. You will have a lot of confidence within yourself. You naturally become Mano. See, understand? The essence Swamiji says, see, the more you lose your attention span, more you will be binded by your own mind. See, when we lose our attention span, as Swamiji said, right? Whenever we lose our attention span, you're actually binding yourself to your mind. And whenever people are suffocated, the first thing Swamiji says is drop the device as one of the most important factors in the modern day, which is affecting in our mental health, which is actually affecting our attention span, is social media. Understand? As Swamiji said yesterday, just scrolling through social media, right? Where you become so addicted to it. Because of that, like to a certain level, you even while you're dreaming, you see as if you're scrolling through social media. This is because you're actually losing your attention span. Because of what you do, you delude yourself and you bind yourself more towards your mind. There's actually many recent statistics which have been shown, which is actually proven for each and every one of us to understand Nithyananda, I sincerely apologize for the technical glitch. Yes. So, as we were seeing, Swamiji was elaborating on how social media, how we just scroll through social media, like content, it just reduces our attention span. Like, you start sometimes even seeing, like, you start scrolling in social media even in your dreams. Social media is one of the topmost areas which causes the reduction in your attention span. And there are so many reports, so many articles published by whether it's WHO, the World Health Organization, or through Yale, or even other high universities and researchers. There are multiple articles and researches that uh, quote and show how social media impacts the behavioral patterns, and the behavioral disorders are actually more common um, among younger adolescents than the older adolescents. And this is from an article from WHO, and it says they have clearly said that the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, the ADHD, characterized by difficulty paying attention and or excessive activity and acting without regard to consequences, occurs among 2.9% of uh, kids from age 10 to 14 years, and 2.2% of kids of age 15 to 19 years old. And the conduct disorder involving symptoms of destructive or challenging behaviors, the conduct disorder it's called, occurs among 3.5% of um, 10 to 14 years olds. And 1.9% of 15 to 19-year-olds, the behavioral disorders happen. And these can actually affect the adolescent's education and and increase the risks of the criminal behavior. Social media makes you lose the attention span, changing your behavioral patterns. The study, which was conducted by Yale, the states that according to the report, frequent social media use may be associated with distinct changes in the developing brain. Understand? It makes understand just by scrolling through social media affects the very developing of the brain itself. And they have proven that over the last decade, increasing evidence have identified the potential negative impact of social media on adolescents. And according to a research study by American teens ages from 12 to 15, those who have used social media over 3 hours each day faced twice the risk of having negative mental health outcomes, including depression and anxiety symptoms. There's actually reports which is being posted by top 10 universities saying how social media actually affects the kid's brain itself. Scrolling in social media for more than 3 hours, the three reports are saying that it creates depression and anxiety in the kids in a very young age. Understand, this study was conducted from the age of 12 to 15. But the the outcome of the research, as they were saying, that almost all of them are verge of getting depression and in anxiety. And one cause, the social media, which is one of the most important causes of the reduction of attention span, this, as we were sharing with all of you, the studies like these are just few studies by different universities, but in Yale also the advisory states that others studies it he says that point to a higher relative concern of harm in adolescent girls and those already experiencing poor mental health, as well as for particular health outcomes such as cyberbullying and even depression and the body image and disorder eating behaviors and even poor sleep qualities linked to social media use. Understand, when you use social media, Then social media being one of the main keys where you lose your attention span, there comes so many multiple different side effects along with it. Swamiji was sharing, right? That even sometimes in your dream, you see yourself scrolling, then you know that your attention span has drastically reduced. Actually, this study also being done an association between time spent in social media platform as well as the number of social media platform used and the symptoms of depression and show the symptoms of depression and anxiety in them. Most of these studies indicate that time spent on social media is correlated with depression and anxiety. Understand? On the contrary, for an example, in one of the study from 2020, people who deactivated their Facebook accounts for a month reported lower depression and anxiety, as well as increase in happiness and satisfaction in life. And all of us can see the medical science literally coming up to what Swamiji is saying, that literally social media has a big effect on each and every one of us, especially children. Yes, Nithyananda for all the participants. Sorry for a technical glitch. So, so this study understand science. Literally, many researches have been done. The kids in a very young age, especially when they're growing up as teenagers, getting addicted to social media, there's a increase of depression and anxiety in the kids in a very young age itself. And if you see even the recent um, studies and researches that have been done and the recent laws that have been passed out, you see in Australia, below 16 kids have also, it has become a law is being passed where below 16 kids cannot be on social media, cannot be given the social media access. But this would be the best decision as the attention span that the kids have, that will be held. And that, like, through that, you can increase your attention span. And
Must
there is
definitely must
and
must definitely data say posted. I always use social media for good because of taking responsibility for the mess and the chaos what other people can do. Yes, one can become depression because of the worst censorship and not having the right of free speech on Facebook. Absolutely, ma, what you're saying is true actually.
So Swamiji beautifully shared with all of us, right? How we can increase our attention span by having the conscious cognitions continuously and the liberating cognitions. And you have posted more, and one of the most one can become depression because of worse censorship and not having the right of free speech on Facebook and anymore. And it took and spy of all the data. Okay. So literally we can see, right, how social media is literally destroying the kids. It's actually it is proven that social media being introduced to teenagers in a very young age actually affects the development of the brain itself. This is a state in which all of us are heading currently, where kids, teenagers in a very young age, not having the attention span, understand? From 12 seconds, their attention span has been reduced to 8 seconds, and it is worsening day by day. That is why Swamiji has gifted the Nithyananda Gurukul for each and every one of us, where you're consciously built. From consciousness, you're being taught. Understand, in Gurukul, one of the things Swamiji literally relieves us is from the social media. Like, I'm a 19 years old, I would say. And usually, a person who's 19 years old outside, what will they do? They'll be up on social media and doing their thing right, building their brands in Instagram and doing it videos and all those things will be into it, right? But I would say one of the things I'm completely free because of Swamiji's that I I do not have like what the research is saying that the positivity of depression, anxiety increases in the adolescents in such a young age. I would say that I'm completely happy and satisfied the life in which I'm living. And and Swamiji makes us build the competence based education, not the competition based education. Just having build the competence. As like building your competence. That is what Swamiji is making us all manifest and build. Yes, Nityananda, Ma, you want to share something, Ma? You want to share something? No. Okay, that's fine. Nityananda, Ma, Gabriel, Harris, welcome. I see new participants locked in. So this is to understand. See, the rate in which all of us are going right now, right? All of us are losing our attention span, which is not right. As Swami says, all of us are losing the attention span. Yes. And all of us, how many of you were able to try the samyama that Swamiji revealed of going to the space beyond the atmosphere, beyond where the gravity is there? And just experiencing the sound of the anahata dvani, the pure sound of the cosmos. How many of you are able to try the samyama? It's a very powerful samyama that Swamiji revealed to us. And Swamiji revealed how more than 200 samyamas are there. Ma Teresa, Ma Yuan, Ma Gabriel. How many of you were able to do this samyama? Understand, just having the conscious cognitions, the liberating cognitions can make you experience a higher attention span. And through that, through your mind, that will help you. And then whatever you want to manifest through your mind, you can manifest that. Good, bad, right, wrong, you will be able to manifest. You can manifest your reality just through the mind. Yes, Nithyanandam to all the participants. So all of us now understood, right, how the attention span, as Swamiji said yesterday, right, the kind of conscious cognizing is needed, as Swamiji said, when we increase our attention span or when we consciously cognize, when you start cognizing anything in our life, naturally our attention span increases. And because of that, you can manifest anything. Literally, so yesterday Swamiji gave us a technique, right? The samyama, as Swamiji said, samyama, so nothing with what? Techniques that conscious cognitive techniques, right? These samyamas revealed by Patanjali in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras and also revealed by Paramashiva in the Shiva Sutras. In either of these, as Swamiji said, that the techniques he has given, it is for experiencing the conscious cognizing the brain. And just like how Swamiji revealed the Tirunavakarsa story upper, where when he was covered with the when he's covered with limestone all around him, and it was burning, right? He sang to Paramashiva that the sound of Anahata Dvani, the sound of Anahata Dvani in the middle of the noon, right? Where the breeze is coming and the sound of Brahmari, where after the bees soaked the nectar from the lotus, the Brahmari sound. He described this as a feat of Paramashim. Such conscious cognizing he had. Understand? That is why no matter what external forces were there around upper Tirunavakarsa, right? Whatever external force he had around him, that did not shake him because of this conscious cognizing he had. In Swamiji's own life also, when Swamiji was persecuted, right, and Swamiji was put into jail illegally for 52 days, it was actually the mid of May. And whatever happened in Swamiji's life, if you just see it, his entire life, because of the conscious cognitions, the attention span Swamiji has, it's like unbelievable. What happened? Thousands of people came, millions of people came. Swamiji faced the media attacks, false news, false accusations. What? No. From people from inside, outside, people attacked Swamiji in all ways. When Swamiji started building an organization, a Sangha, the anti-Hindu elements, they were like, oh my God, how can Hinduism be revived again? And they came, they destroyed the infrastructure Swamiji built, all the hard work of Swamiji's very own sweat and blood was destroyed. The infrastructure, the people, so many things were destroyed. But Swamiji didn't stop. Instead, Swamiji once again stood up, made a more one program was attacked. He came up with 100 more programs. The organization was put down. He came and built a nation for all of us, a Hindu nation, the first Hindu nation for each and every one of us. For us, for giving us that same experience, for giving us that attention span, the conscious cognitions. Whatever happened, whether in 2003, when Swamiji started building KAILASA, 2003 itself, the persecution began. Then in 2010, false accusations were put on Swamiji. So many false cases. And so many things had happened, but not a single thing shook Swamiji. What happened? Whether it was people externally or people who came from outside to inside just to spy and see what is happening inside, where are the loopholes, and then attack from inside. whatever happened, Swamiji stood, making a nation that is for all of us now, there today. As very beautifully, all of us know the kind of persecution Swamiji went through and still going through, right? Because of all of us. And see, when Swamiji was put into jail illegally for 52 days, and all sorts of things were done to Swamiji, literally, like the kind of torture thing, literally, it's the amount of thing which was done. In the day before Swamiji left from the jail, one of the jailers asked Swamiji, Swamiji, how is it that your face is glowing so much? How are you so radiant? Right? How is it you're so radiant? And Swamiji said, this is my inheritance. It is my father's inheritance. Understand? What Paramashiva gifted to Tirunavakarsa. Upper, what all of us listen to story, right? The saint. But he was in pure devotion. Nothing touched him, even though he was covered, even though he was he was literally like he was being burnt, right? But nothing touched him completely. He immediately was liberated. What Tirunavakarsan enjoyed it. That same thing Swamiji is inherited and he's enjoying it right now. That's why immediately and understand during the time when Swamiji was when Swamiji was illegally present at the point of time, Swamiji, even then at the point of time, Swamiji always decided, let me these gifts of Hinduism, let me give it out to others. Let me become more available for each and every one of them. And this is the time where Swamiji tested on all the various different kriyas, techniques on himself, and gave specific techniques, what we call the 108 kriyas, right? How many of you have benefited from this? Whether it is the kriyas for asthma, diabetes, arthritis, all of these 108 kriyas, it was during those few days in the jail, the few months in jail, that Swamiji, just with the conscious cognitions, the attention span that Swamiji had, with that, in that time also, he sat and he delivered, he downloaded the science, the entire procedures, everything for these 108 kriyas that he has gifted for all of us. So at that point of time, the Swamiji was trying all these 108 kriyas in himself. And after that, when Swamiji, when the bail happened, Swamiji was released from jail. Literally, all the media channels were like, he looks as if he went for Parivrajika and came. Understand the kind of radiance Swamiji had, the kind of bliss, the kind of radiance Swamiji had. Literally, everyone thought, did he go for a Parivrajika Yatra and come? Because so radiant Swamiji was, because nothing could have Swamiji. Because of this conscious cognizing Swamiji did. Understand? The conscious cognizing Swamiji did. It literally built the stamina in Swamiji. Come what may, I will not be shaken. Nothing can shake you. And this is the key Swamiji is giving each and every one of us. When we consciously cognize, right? When you consciously cognize anything in life, or when you're doing these samyamas, when you build confidence in you, having the ability to consciously cognize, building the confidence in you, come what may, nothing can shake it. This is literally like secret key Swamiji is giving for each and every one of us. Where we get affected, right, when people are saying something, right? Whether good or bad or anything about it, we feel affected by it, right? But when you build conscious competence within yourselves, you will see how beautifully, no matter what comes in your life, nothing can shake you. If you just see Swamiji's entire life, nothing shook him. Even in the days when he was in jail, When Swamiji was illegally put in jail, he manifested the 108 kriyas for all of it. Today, it's health related, like physical, mental, for all of those problems. Swamiji has a solution. The 108 kriyas Swamiji has gifted for us. And that is just one aspect. But Swamiji has created a nation, the first Hindu nation for each and every one of us. Can I request all the participants to post? Where do you feel that your attention span is being reduced? And how are you planning to increase your attention span? Swamiji has given the direct solution. You can, have you tried it? Have you implemented it? And how like, where in your schedule are you going to be doing this to increase your attention span?
See, understand Swamiji said, right? When you're doing the conscious competence, when you're doing that, do it to a level where the supplication is not there in you. Where that supplication you feel within yourself, the binding you feel within yourself is not there in you.
Can I request all the participants to post? Have each of you been able to try this technique, the technique that Swamiji has given, the samyama that Swamiji gifted to us yesterday, of going to the space above the atmosphere, above the place where the gravitational pull is there, and experiencing the sound of the anahata dvani, the sound of the cosmos, the unstruck sound. How many of you tried it? Ma Teresa, Ma Julisila, Ma Gabriel. Can I request each of you to post?
Can I request all participants to post how many of you tried the samyama Swamiji told each and every one of us to do yesterday? Ma Yvonne, Ma Irene Levos, Nithyanandam, welcome Ma Saralananda.
Ma Wen Mei Wei, Nithyananda.
Can I request all participants to post how many of you did the samyama Swamiji told all of us to do yesterday? Where you feel that you are beyond this atmosphere, there is no gravity, you experience that pure sound, anahata dvani, right? Yeah, because all of you to post, how many of you experienced that yesterday? Nithyananda Ma Mahasadashiva Priya, welcome. Ma Anandeshwari, Nithyanandam to you too, Ma. Ma Yvonne, yes, Nithyanandam, did you experience Ma Gabriel? See, until like Swamiji beautifully said how we should do the samyama until we are able to break out of that bondage, the suffocation that has been created in us through the mind, through the unconscious, the different cognitions that we are holding on to. And we should build the conscious cognitions, the liberating cognition. That is the fundamental principle that Sanatana Hindu Dharma teaches. How many of you since yesterday you have always told yourself, okay, this is not liberating cognition. This is the liberating cognition that I should use. How many of you have told yourself that? Ma Gabriel, come on. See, understand, just by building the conscious cognitions, the liberating cognitions, and the building your competence. You may be a engineer, you may be a teacher, you may be a student, whatever you may be. Building your confidence and also building your spiritual confidence. That it happens when you build your attention span. Okay, Ma Stephanie is saying you'll do the Samyama tonight. Okay, basically tonight you'll be doing. Okay. Okay, Ma Gabriel, you said you did. You did not. Oh. Actually, because all participants, like we when right before before you're going to bed, just do this. Actually, very detailed, elaborate Samyama Swamiji is given. This is a very powerful Samyama. See, how many of you have done the 108 Kriyas? Any of the 108 Kriyas, whether it's for asthma, for diabetes, arthritis? I'm sure many of you would have done these different Samyamas. Actually, Swamiji revealed, right? There are more than 200 Samyamas that have been revealed. And Swamiji, when he was in the prison, in jail, he downloaded the science of these 108 Kriyas, gifted it to us. And yesterday he gifted to us another Kriya, the conscious cognizing Samyama. So just build your conscious cognitions. Then you will see how the competition based education becomes competence based. See, till now, you may have been living your life based on the competition based education, whatever you learned in school. Now it's time you build your competence, your spiritual competence. Whatever you do, just use the best of it. Do the best of it, building your confidence, your creativity. The way, how can I build my confidence in this? Just think that way. Encourage the liberating cognitions, build the liberating cognitions. Then you will see how your attention span increases and you will be able to build your confidence more and more. Yes, so how many of you are understanding this? See, all we need to, as Swamiji says, that then the essence of what Swamiji has spoken, what Swamiji has revealed so far and everything, right? Have the ability to increase your attention span as your mind. Understand the mind which all of us are having. Our mind has the capacity, has the power to manifest anything you want in your life. Literally, anything which your body can't reach, right? Anything which you feel your body is limited to, where you can't experience that state, your mind has the possibility and power to
experience that state for you. So, when you increase your attention span, understand that's what Swamiji said. When you increase your attention span, what happens? You are consciously cognizant. Naturally, nothing can shake you. You'll just be the pure bliss state, pure space of bhakti, devotion, bliss, enjoying life. Will always be how can I be contributed to human. How many of you are understanding? Can I request each of the participants to share? Where do you feel that you are missing your attention span? Where is the area in your life where you feel, okay, this is where my attention span is reducing? And how do you decide to build that attention span back? No problem, Stephanie. That's fine. You can do it. Actually, when Swamiji revealed the Samyam, I think it was quite yes. Actually, Ma, you should have done that Samyama and come back to you. Actually, you feel much powerful. You feel very uh, like a completely new space, new being you'll feel within yourself. When Swamiji reveals the Samyama exercise, do it immediately. You'll just see how it opens up a new thing in you. So, must definitely don't delay anymore. Do it today. How many of the participants are understanding? See, one thing Swamiji says that no matter whatever happens in your life, don't press the panic button. Always press the gratitude button in your life. See, Swamiji says, see, when you're going through intense terror, when you're going through fear, when you're going through whatever going in your life, right? Don't press the attack button. Don't press the panic button. Say, oh my God, will it really manifest for me? Is it going to happen? No, press the gratitude button as when you surrender yourself to Swami, you say, okay, let me sit. Consciously cognize right now. Use very clearly strategy Paramashiva will reveal to you how to manifest anything you want. We are not going to be actually understanding deeply from Swamiji on this like actually a very beautiful thing Swamiji says. Don't press the panic button instead. Press the gratitude button as when you're completely in oneness with Swamiji, right? When you're in the space of gratitude, whatever you do in your life, whatever you do in your life will always be in the space of gratitude only. As when you allow Swamiji, when you're not able to handle anything, allow the divine, allow the master to come in your way and help guide you. We're not going to be entering into very beautiful revelation. But Swamiji says, when you feel scared, when you're in fear, right? When you're feeling whatever in your life, just have intense gratitude. Just be in a space of gratitude. You will see very clearly what's the exact situation you need to. You'll find a solution also. How to manifest anything you want in your life. Yes. How many of you are understanding? See, just by clicking the gratitude button instead of the panic button, you can even build your confidence because the instead of in every situation, just know, yes, okay, let me click the gratitude button. Swamiji is there. Just knowing that you will know, like you, the attention span that you have will increase because, like in that moment, you will have the attention span, and whatever decision you make will be the best.
Yes, Nithyanandam, to all the participants. Okay. So yeah, request all of you to post what is it that each and every one of you understand from this. Whatever, can I request all the participants to post? Yesterday, Swamiji gave a very beautiful revelation, right? Can I request each and every one of you to post what is it that each of you understand? And do take few minutes to invite your friends and families also to experience the same thing. As this is the time where Swamiji is available for each and every one of us to connect and understand that energy which Swamiji is radiating, that that love, compassion which Swamiji is radiating for all of us is available for each and every one of us. So as we're learning, as we're listening, right, how the gratitude, only when you surrender yourself to the master. See, you may think that, oh, I'm losing my job, or I'm losing everything, I'm collapsing relationship. Don't get into the panic. No, no. When you're getting into the panic mode, right, what happens? Swamiji says you delude yourself. Start thinking that everything is impossible for you. But instead, during this toughest time, during these kind of time, right, when you decide, okay, I'm going to surrender myself to Swamiji. Okay, whatever's done so far, it's only because of Swamiji. Let me surrender myself to him. Let me bring complete sharanagati to him. When you do that gratitude, when you have the gratitude to everything manifesting in your life, the worst things, what you call the worst things, will actually become the best thing in your life. Literally. There's many devotees out here. Like if you ask anyone who was successful, the successful devotees, right? Literally, you say, oh, Swamiji. Like when I surrendered myself to Swamiji completely, only everything started manifesting in my life. Literally, like there was a point of time where we were zero. Literally, had no money, no penny. But when you decide, okay, let me give whatever I have, Swamiji. Let me surrender myself to Swamiji. From nowhere, wealth was showered on them. All this is only just because of this one thing, gratitude. Just great what Swamiji has manifested in your life and get back in space of gratitude. Let me have complete gratitude. Understand what was Swamiji manifesting in my life because of him. Just having the gratitude in you. Any obstacles you're having, you'll be able to come across or you'll be able to manifest, experience whatever you want in your life. There have been multiple ways. Actually, I would like to just share one incident that happened with one of the devotees. She wanted to offer Father Puja, and she had a very strong intention to offer the Pada Puja, as she actually manifested her spiritual name to be changed into her legal name, and uh, she manifested even a few other things that she had requested blessings for. So, and which she really wanted to happen for a long time, she had manifested those few things in about 1 week. Everything started manifesting for her. So she wanted to just offer her gratitude at Swamiji's feet. Whatever she had, she just wanted to offer. And so this was for her birthday, and she wanted to somehow um offer the Father Puja. But during that time, she didn't actually have all the funds. She didn't have enough funds for doing the Pada Puja. But she was like, no, I need to somehow do the Pada Puja. Let me just, okay, I have the intention. Let me just put whatever I have. So she paid for the Pada Puja, but not the full amount. She did like a partial payment. She took her step with whatever she had. She took her step. And after she did that, this was only one evening before the main day where the Pada Puja was, when she was wanting to offer. This was just 2 days prior to that day evening. And then we have about 24 hours, and then the next day is Pada Puja. So in this time when she shared that, okay, she has done this, one of the other devotees, they offered to help her do the Pada Puja, complete the Pada Puja funds, the payment. So
she was happy. But then we have a policy. Like Kailasa is Swamiji is very integrated to money and how the economics happen. So that money transfer from one devotee to another, for these purposes, that should not happen. So she was informed about this. She got to know about this, and so she's out of her integrity to Swamiji. She refused that help. She was like, no, but it will manifest. Somehow Swamiji will manifest it for me. And just few hours before the Pada Puja, just few hours before the Pada Puja, her ex-husband, he called and like he was supposed to give some amount of money that she had was he was supposed to give to her. And he called and he was like, I was going to give this about a month later, but that time I may not be available, so I decided to give it today. And he transferred the funds. And it was the exact amount that was remaining for her to do the complete payment for the Pada Puja. Swamiji just manifested it for her. She got the funds, she paid for Pada Puja, and she offered the Pada Puja. Just like this, for every single devotee. Swamiji, his entire work, everything that Swamiji does is for us, for all of his devotees, for us. Anything that the smallest experiences, like anything. If you ask any devotee, anyone, you, me, Mamaraja, anyone, it's like Swamiji attends to each and every one of us personally. Any desire we want to manifest, he attends to you personally. Anything. Whether it is some varieties of food that you want, or even to enlightenment. Every single thing Swamiji attends to you personally. He even makes like sleep. If you want to sleep, sleep your way to enlightenment. If you want to eat your way to enlightenment. For every single thing, Swamiji gives a solution. Swamiji manifests for each and every one of us individually. And actually, this also reminds me of one more incident which has happened. Like during the Paramashanta program, actually one of the participants, uh, who actually he is from Germany and he wanted to offer Pada Puja. But unfortunately, he was saying like we were talking about the Pada Puja, we were sharing about all the miracles for me he has manifested right just by doing the Pada Puja. He's an offering he wanted to offer actually. But he was like, Ma, I don't even have a basic money for my livelihood itself. I told him, like, during the program, so I told Maya, see, when you offer, see, yes, I completely understand the situation in which you're in right now. You know, for your basic needs, just you want something, right? But I told him that just when you offer whatever you have, Swamiji's feet, don't get into the panic mode that you, oh my God, what's going to happen to me? No, go back to the gratitude space. He has showered me, understand? He has kept me, he has given me, provided everything on me until now. Have the gratitude space. So he was like, okay, ma, I'm going to be in the gratitude space only, so I'm going to offer whatever I have at Swamiji. So he made the Dakshina Padapuja happen. And but still he was like, no, I want to offer the full amount of Padapuja. No. He was like every single day, like, Ma, help him out to whatever I stand for me. I just told him one thing, yeah, if you really hold intention, just if you just have gratitude, the okay, Swami is the one manifesting. Even this little amount of money which you had, actually Swamiji was manifesting for you. When you have space of gratitude, he knows, Ayya, he will manifest for you directly. And so he was like, okay, 2 days after, he comes back saying, Ma, I have enough funds. I have more funds needed for me to open a Parent Puja. He was come talked it to. He was like, I don't know. Like he was saying that, Ma, in my bank I had nothing. But suddenly from somewhere, like money was transferred to my bank and it has more than the amount needed for me to offer the Pada Puja. He was like so shocked. He was like, and he was like, of course, the only person who can cause such miracle like this is only Swamiji. Immediately he offered the Pada Puja and he Like he did the full amount of Pada Puja, and now like he's actually like fulfilling his life because of this one thing. Let me have gratitude to Swamiji. No matter what happens in my life, Swamiji knows the best thing. I will not question him as he's the one who's running everything, right? Very beautifully Paramashva sings. Parameshwar sings, okay? He says, Na nasem da nasem agila melami. Literally, this whole universe moves with his will only. It is only because of him only this whole world is even moving. See, even what manifesting in your life, whether good, bad, or anything, is also because of him. Just get back to gratitude space. Go back to gratitude space. Surrender to Swami saying, Swamiji, I'm grateful for whatever you have manifested in my life. In that space, whatever I have, I'm going to give it to you. You will see you'll have a breakthrough. Can I address all the participants? Just remember the most, like the different times in your life where you have manifested your reality. See, many of us usually tend to hold on to the pinpoints or the places where something did not happen for us, something did not manifest. That's why we always click on the panic button. Oh my god, this is not happening, that is not happening. But if you remember every time that Swamiji has showered you with everything that you want, just remember the few things that Swamiji was on showering you, showering you, showering you. Remember what he has showered you with and click the gratitude button. Don't hold on to the places where you are still looking for how can I manifest it. The thing is, you have already manifested your reality. The only thing is because you're holding on you're clicking on the panic button, you're holding on to the things of this is not happened, that is not happened. You tend to not see what you have been showered with.
direct message from Kailasa. Listen. Manifestation of Paramashanta Swarupa destroys imaginary fears and imaginary problems with which you are really suffering. Understand? The problems and fears are imaginary, but the suffering is real. The problems, see, the way you think about your future is always terrorizing yourself. You have been made to believe wrongly. Only if you terrorize yourself, your energy will be awake, alive to function. Unless you terrorize yourself, you will not do things needed for your life. No. If you make yourself ferocious, that will be the best manifestation of you not terrorizing yourself. Understand the difference. When you are ferocious, you are integrated. When you are terrorized, you are broken. When you are terrorized, you are broken. All your imagination about your future, all your thinking about your future is terrorizing yourself. Oh, will I lose job? What will happen? Will I lose this? Will I lose my house? Will I lose my daughter? Will I lose my son? Will I lose my wife? Will I lose this, that? Constantly terrorizing. Understood life more clear. Understand? From the powerfulness, when you become ferocious, anything you manifest will be good. Fundamentally, your wrong belief that only if you are terrorized, you will deliver your best should be broken. If you are terrorized and you deliver your best, you are Shudra. Shudras, no other way. He has to be only terrorized even to keep himself awake. Even to keep himself alive, he has to be terrorized. I am not telling based on jati, birth. No. Shudra is not based on jati, birth. It is based on the quality, mental belief about yourself. The Paramashanta Swarupa, absolute peace, will make you intensely ferocious and integrated, powerful being like Kalabhairava, Mahadeva. Drop the belief only if you are terrorized, you will be fully alive, awake, and drop all your decision to terrorize yourself and always raise your life to higher and higher and higher risks, possibilities. Push yourself always higher and higher. Listen, whenever you press the terrorizing button inside you, to get you out of that itself takes me almost all the energy. Then making you manifest your life's reality is next job. If you don't press the panic button and terrorize yourself all the time, I can raise you just like that and make you manifest millions of things more than you can ever imagine for your life. It's my commitment. It's my commitment to all my disciples. Stop terrorizing yourself. Understand? I am very loyal to all my disciples, just like how I am loyal to my gurus. See, my Guru Parampara is one end of me. My Sishya Parampara is another end of me. So how I am loyal to my Guru Parampara, with the same intensity I will be loyal to you guys. Just listen. Have little listening. Stop terrorizing yourself with stupid imaginations and stupid assumed fears about your life. Listen to this one word. Never ever terrorize yourself. I will not let you perish. I will not let you suffer. I will not let you fail. It is not that I am only powerful, I am compassionate, and I am absolutely integrated, loyal. Just decide, no question of internally getting terrorized. Come what may. Just do not allow your fears about future. When you are not terrorized internally, my job of pouring the consciousness and making you successful, manifest all the best things is easy for me. When you are terrorized, integrating you, that itself is a very big job, because integrating you, I need your cooperation. You are such a stupid, low level you became when you are terrorized. See, when you are terrorized, you neither remember you are Paramashiva, nor you remember I am Paramashiva. You remember yourself as a victim. When you remember yourself as a victim, you feel whole world is conspiring against you. And I am the chief conspirator. You feel whole world is enemy. And I am the chief. Listen. Terrorized person becomes absolutely illogical, deluded, mentally broken. All I want you to do, just don't get terrorized. Once you terrorize yourself, in your delusion you start fighting with me, then I won't be able to help you. When I push my energy into you, you just start denying me. You start saying rough no. It's like you decide, even if my life goes to hell, it's okay. In that frustrated anger, because one spoon sugar is less in your meal, you try to throw not just the whole meal out, you try to throw your whole intestine out. I asked with full sweetie, payasam, and one spoon sugar is less. How can you do that? I will not eat, and I don't want this intestine which wants to eat payasam. Let me pull it out and throw. This is exactly the way you behave when you are terrorized. Absolutely illogical. Absolutely imbalanced. Anti-life. Anti-guru. Anti-existence. Against everything. So listen carefully. Stop terrorizing yourself. Stop terrorizing yourself. Strength of your consciousness raises more and more when you stop terrorizing yourself. Put this as a small board next to your bed. Stop terrorizing yourself. If I can talk to you directly, in simple, straightforward way, and you are able to receive, that simple relationship is what I call absolute guru-disciple relationship. Most sweet, most beautiful, where I don't need to edit, I don't need to talk as your logic will perceive, how you are going to terrorize yourself. Simple, straightforward, inner space which does not terrorize itself is the best inner space. Just decide, I will have a guru who is not just powerful, compassionate, he is loyal to me. I tell you how much I am loyal to my guru, same way I will be loyal to my disciples, because that is the Guru Shishya Parampara. If my gurus are my past, my disciples are my future. You are my future, for whom I live. My gurus are my past. My disciples, you guys are my future. To understand, stop terrorizing yourself for anything. Stop pressing the panic button for anything. Stop shivering internally. Stop breaking yourself mentally. Stop mental breakdown. Stop nervous breakdown. Don't say you are not able to unless you cooperate actively. Nothing can break you. Only when you cooperate actively, things outside can break you. your conscious decision not to get terrorized is enough to protect you by you. Whenever disciples did not terrorize themselves, not only I manifested what they want easily, their life was successful. When their life was successful, Kailasa naturally manifested in their life and around them. When the disciples don't have patience to listen to me and terrorize themselves internally, even if I pour the energy, because they are broken pieces, integrating them becomes a big job. And when they are broken pieces, when they are terrorized, they deny everything. They deny Paramashiva, they deny me, they deny themselves, and they are okay with the suicidal tendencies and attitudes and impacts of that. Their actions in their future. See, they are so deluded, they say, come what may, let me face. But when it comes, they won't be able to face. That is the problem. See, at least reduce the amount of terrorizing yourself inside. Add more and more peace component, Shanta Swarupa component inside you and make yourself more and more powerful, ferocious. When I say ferociousness and when I say Paramashanta Swarupa, both are one and the same. Shanti from Shakti. Shanti of the Shakti. Shakti from Shanti. Ferociousness from Shanti, peacefulness. Peacefulness from ferociousness. It's one and the same. Shanta Shakti and Shakti Shanti is one and the same. Terrorizing yourself not only weakens you, stops you manifesting what you want in your life, what you need in your life, stops you manifesting success. People don't terrorize themselves first. They manifest what they need and then they manifest what they want and then more than what they want to share with the world, they manifest all the best things. Stop terrorizing yourself. Stop pressing panic button for yourself. Stop the violence of stress chemicals and stress hormones inside you. Halt this stressful way of existence. You can. That's a good news.
Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara
Yes. Nithyanandam, to all the participants, can I request all of you to pose? What did each and every one of you understand from this? As Swamiji said, right? Don't press the panic button. Press the gratitude button. You will see you will manifest the best things in your life. Nityanandam Karunakar Vasu Ayya. Welcome Ayya. Just requesting if you can just come on camera. Ma Jean Ramasamy. Nityanandam to you. Ma Mahapurna. Ma Virupaksha. Ma Grasina. Nityanandam to each and every one of you. Ma Saroj. Ma Saroj Oplish. Nityanandam. Ma Teresa. Ma Jinji. Ma Tanya. What did each and every one of you understand from this beautiful liberation where Swamiji said to press the gratitude button, not the panic button? See, understand, whenever we press the gratitude button, when you just offer your gratitude, whatever you want, whatever reality you want to manifest, you can manifest that. You will be showered. Swami will just shower you completely. As we were sharing earlier, anyone, when you just decide whether it is you, Ma Teresina Maria, or Ma Teresa, Ma Saroj Oplish, each and every one of you, when you offer your gratitude for everything that Swamiji has showered you with till now, you will be showered back with much more. Because every time you offer your gratitude, some karma, or whether you know it or not, a part of you is taken out of you for giving you a karmic breakthrough. Swamiji takes out some incompletion from you to give you a karmic breakthrough. And the best way you can offer your gratitude to Swamiji is through the Pada Puja. Can I ask all the participants to post just 5 aspects, 5 different areas where Swamiji has showered you. Swamiji is always showering. Can I just see the participants to post 5? You can even post more because there'll be infinite areas where Swamiji is just showering you. Can each of you post 5 places where Swamiji has just showered you immensely? Whether it is through health, wealth, relationships, or just even a small glimpse of him. Like you were really wishing, Swamiji, I really want to see you today. And then he just manifests that for you. Or you're just waiting for a call from someone and you just say, Swamiji, this is what I want to manifest. And he just makes it happen that moment. Can I see to the participants suppose 5 times where you have seen, oh my God, Swamiji is showering me. He has showered me with immense blessings. Ma Grazina Maria, Ma Teresa, Ma Jurisila. Can each of you post? Come on. Ma Saroj Oplish. Nithyanandam Karunakaraya. Yes. Nithyanandam, to all the participants, I see still more new participants are logged in. Ma Shulini Durga. Nithyanandam. So, see, understand, just by offering your gratitude at Swamiji's feet, for whatever he has showered you with,
offering that gratitude, you will be showered back with much more. The best way you can do that. Surrender yourself, offering your gratitude, surrendering yourself at the feet of the Guru is through the Pada Puja. And you can offer Pada Puja today. Jayanti is coming in just a few days. You can offer your gratitude at Swamiji's feet. Magrazina, Karnakare, why not you offer Pada Puja? Jayanti is coming up. Literally, like, it's the best time to offer Pada Puja, literally, as like anything you want, Swamiji literally manifests for you, yeah. It's like I completely understand like what do you feel. Why don't you offer a Pada Puja? Swamiji will heal your son. Don't worry about it. Why don't you offer a Pada Puja? Swamiji will take care of your son. Don't worry. Mag Resina, why don't you offer Pada Puja? Where you want a breakthrough in wealth, wherever you want a breakthrough in actually having increasing your attention span, I was able to see that, like, if just I was able to see that you really want to be focused on everything that you do. And if you just offer the Pada Puja, offer your gratitude for everything that Swami has showered on you till now, you will have a breakthrough. Ma Irene, why don't you offer the Pada Puja to really help you have a breakthrough in health? And I was able to see you will be able to, like, just by offering your gratitude, I was able to see you will have a breakthrough in health and you will. Sima, Irene, you will have a breakthrough in your health. Just offer your gratitude at Swamiji's feet. When you offer that, Swamiji will give you a breakthrough in your health. And so I was also able to see that, like, when everything around you, there is a lot of there's a lot of chaos around you that, like, there may not be chaos, but within you, like, seeing the different situations, you feel a lot of chaos in your mind. Like, oh my God, how am I supposed to handle all of these situations? By offering the Pada Puja, you will be able to experience that space of the Anahata Dhvani. You will be able to experience Swamiji, the Paramashiva Bhakti, Paramashiva Jnana, and the Paramashiva Vijnana. Why don't you offer Pada Puja? You will really manifest your reality. Mairi? Karnakare, can I just ask you, yeah? Where are you from exactly? From Singapore? Okay, yes, that's very nice. See, one, I completely understand, yeah, that actually you like you really like. I remember seeing you in the Sena program, in the Parameshwar Sena program, right? See, don't worry, that's fine. Now, Jayanti is coming up, right? Why don't you offer the? Oh, okay. That's nice. Nice to meet you, Aya. Really nice to meet you. I request you, Aya Karnakaran, like for your health, like Swamiji, like I was just seeing you, Aya, and Swamiji clearly revealed that. Swamiji just revealed that. See, it is because of the attachment which you're having towards your son. It's not just about you. The attachment which you carry, you and Ma, both Ma Chandrasekhar Priya and you, both of you. The attachment both of you carrying towards your son, right? It's because of him only your son is in the state in the state only. Swamiji shares very beautifully. Most of the time, children fall sick. Literally, they inherit diseases because of parents worrying only. Because parents worry so much, because of that, it directly ripples in the child's body, in the health itself. I request you, Ayasi. I completely understand it's quite difficult to handle and everything. But one thing to assure you, Aya, why not
you write them. Legally write them. What exactly do you feel about your son? What exactly do you feel? What you have an attachment so much with him? Like you feel like, okay, if at all, like how to say, he's not like a normal child. If at all we left him and go right in the society, he won't grow up, right? Many times our own limiting cognitions will actually limit the person. Actually, I would like to share one experience where Swamiji shares that. So, like, there's this kid. Okay, this kid was actually he has ADHD and all this thing, and the parents, the devoted parents, asked Swamiji, and Swamiji said, and like Swamiji went to the child for healing. The child was resisting. Like Swamiji was not able to put. Swamiji was not able to do the healing for him. The child was clearly saying, no, 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 don't do healing for me. No, no. Swamiji is like, why? The child's being spoke to Swamiji. Literally, the child spoke to Swamiji saying that only I am in this state because only then I get attention. Only then people will care for me. So do not feel it. So I'm just like, okay. Anyway, because the child is saying this, he doesn't want the healing, so he can't do the healing. So he called the parents and said that I can't do the healing. Okay? The parents were so shocked, like, how is it impossible for Swamiji to heal? Then Swamiji said, see, this child, because in his previous birth, he was not satisfied. In his previous birth, he was like, he really wanted to have it attention. But because in such a young age, he was not able to experience, so he decided, in the next birth, I will be handicapped. Until the end of my life, my parents will have to support me, no choice. And that is why he has chosen both of you, knowing that in spite of all these things, you still care for him. That is why he is taken. I'm saying this to you, yes, just to understand that sometimes because of the cognitions we are carrying within ourselves, right? Because as also Swamiji told the parents, see, it's also because of the fears, because of the attachment you're carrying in you that's reflected in in the child's growth also. So I understanding. I see you feel like okay, not able to communicate with society, is not able to live in society. Right now, detail. What exactly are you feeling? What exactly do you feel about your son? Write it down. He's a unique being, understand? Yeah? Like blessed are those who have a child at the same time. He's connected to Swamiji also. See, understand Swamiji says every child is unique in every way. They're unique. They're like a flower, right? A flower is unique. A sunflower is unique. A rose is unique. A lotus is unique. Everything is unique, right? Same way, since everything is unique, you just need to support it for it to grow. For it to become completely a blossom bloom. Your the attachments which you're carrying, Nanda, the attachments which you're holding on to your son, because of that thing, you're not able to experience the feeling, the shift which is there, the shift in you. I request you again. Write down. Legally write down. What exactly do you feel about your son? What exactly do you feel? Why attachment? Why do you feel like, oh my god, I have to be that for my son? Right? Let them detail. As this attachment will only bind you more and more. I understand, Leila. This attachment only binds you more and more. So when you come to with attachment, right? When you come to with attachment which you're having from the space, you offer Paripuja. Definitely on Jayanti, you should offer the Paripuja, yeah? Because you will see a breakthrough will happen. You will see a change will start happening in yourself. Saya, don't worry. Swamiji will take care of your son. And him, your son.
being connected to Swamiji is the best thing that you have done for him by bringing him to Swamiji. And for all the participants, Jayanti is coming in just a few days. The countdown has begun, the Brahmotsavam, the celebrations have begun, and Jayanti is the best day you can offer Pathapuja, offer your gratitude to Swamiji for happening in your life. It's the day Swamiji took form for all of us to experience him, for giving us all the experience of Paramashiva Bhakti, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. Okay, Arya, you're saying that Swamiji told his Yoga Prashta and asked me to bring him to him during a Kalvara Darshan in 2012. However, until now, we're not able to bring him to Swamiji's breathing space. See, Arya, one thing as parents, you have to hold that strong inner space for him. Right. Apart from whatever sickness is going through, you have to be that strong force, that strong strength for him. I understand you. It is possible. You can. It's all about this attachment. If you just drop this attachment, see, because we think, oh my God, will he behave properly? Will he be able to do things properly in Swamiji's ecosystem? You'll see, Ayya, the moment you bring him to Swamiji's breathing space, healing will start happening in him. He literally, to give an example, there's one more child, okay? It's actually now he's a Balasan. He also had this. So there's this child. He was a autistic child, and his parents put him in Gurukul. They brought him to Gurukul to the Adinam in Bangalore, and his mother was very concerned and worried about the son's future because like the autism was there, and apart from that she would always be running around of what food he should like what should be his next meal, because the allergies were there and so many things were there to think about for this child. And they were like she used to always be concerned and like trying to find out what can be his next meal, because it was never like okay, this if one time a certain food suits his body, the next time it wouldn't. So it was quite a hassle, and his mother was very concerned. And he was in the Gurukul. She was also there to take care of him, and she was also there in the ashram. He was there in the Gurukul, and he was doing the power manifestation in the Adinam. And Swamiji was, of course, it was in Swamiji's breathing space. And just in that breathing space, like just growing up in that breathing space, Swamiji's breathing space, now, today, he is in the list of the topmost Sanskrit Pandits. Like, he is the one who was, he has mastered the entire Panini. Mahabhasha, actually. The Mahabhasha, the entire Panini Mahabhasha, he has mastered. Nobody could imagine an autistic kid suffering from autism, where at one point of time it used to be like, what is the next meal? The parents were so concerned, but now Swamiji has healed him, and he's in the world's top most intelligent Sanskrit pandits. He has mastered the entire Panini Bhashya. So yes, it is Sukhignana Marachaya. Yes, it's Sukhignana Marach. So understand, Naya, even your child is also, your son is also a yoga prashta. You should just be the guiding force for him. See, whenever you are there in the breathing spaces from here, yeah, you should be a strong force for him. I'm understanding. Karanakaraya, if you really want to have a breakthrough, this is for you. Just write down, you and ma. Write detail. What you feel, what's the attachment you carry about your son. Decide come from your attachment. I understand it. Decide to complete from your attachment, and from that space you offer a Parapuja. Offer a Parapuja to Swami and Jayanti. You will see, Ayya, the moment right after you open the Parapuja, you will see a shift you will see a new breakthrough will happen. You will see a healing will start happening to your son. You'll be like, I will literally see that Swamiji's healing energy is already there in him. You just need to channel it. You just need to remove the block of attachments which you're having with him. That's it. That's great, Karnakara. That's really great. I literally can see this like a breakthrough will happen for you, you and Ma, and literally healing will start happening for your son again. So yes. Okay, Mairi Neo asked, uh, okay, you want to offer the Pada Puja. Okay, yes. Um, yes, ma. So, smiling, yes, we'll repeat you, ma, what Swamiji revealed to Ma Madhura. See, I was able to see, ma, that if you just offer your gratitude for every that Swamiji has showered you with till now, just offer your gratitude to Swamiji on Jayanti. I was able to see clearly that you will actually manifest a breakthrough in health. Health, you will manifest a breakthrough, and also I was able to see that somewhere around you, like the different situations that are happening around you, within you in your mind, in like within you, it is being translated as chaos. Like you are feeling like, oh my god, how do I manage this situation? How do I manage that situation? But I was able to see that is only because, like how Swamiji revealed yesterday, it is because of the attention span. But when you offer the Pada Puja, when you offer your gratitude as Swamiji's feet for every small thing or big thing that Swamiji has showered you with, for all of that, when you offer your gratitude, I was able to see that all the different thoughts that are going on in your mind, which are apart from gratitude or apart from what your being is actually seeking for, all of that will reduce and you will have a breakthrough in both health and the entire cognitions, everything that you are having, you will have a breakthrough. Why don't you offer Pada Puja for the Jayanti? It is the day Swamiji came down, making himself available for all of us, for you individually, for each and every one of us individually. Why don't you offer the Pada Puja, ma'am? Or any of the Jayanti Sevas? Actually, so many beautiful Sevas we're going to be offering on Jayanti Day. See, understand my idea. You are, as Swamiji is saying, right, the panic button and the gratitude button. Most of the time, you're really hitting on the panic button saying, okay, I don't know, like, I'm scared. I don't know what should I do. That because of that fear, Noma, you're not able to see the thing happen. You feel like even life around you is stuck and stagnant. Now, instead, I request you now, press the gratitude button. Just sit for a few minutes. Actually, in few minutes, all the participants will be entering into very beautiful meditation called the gratitude meditation. Where we are going to be grateful for all best things happening in our life. Ultimately, it's because of Swamiji's kripa, because of his karuna, his compassion only, he has manifested all the best things in. Ma Shulini Durga have asked, Ma, please help me. What are the obstacles for me to become a monk? How do I clear the obstacles? See, Ma Shulini Durga, Swamiji, I could see before you, it's only the will. If you're having the will very strong, is Nithyananda Mashuri Durga? Okay. If you're having the will, no ma, if you have strong will, you want to become a sannyasi. It will manifest you because Mamaji says the first quality, the only quality a sannyasi needs is the will. When you have the will, no ma, immediately sannyas will manifest. It's not about the obstacles or anything. No, it is your own incompletion which you're carrying. Mashuri Durga. Whether are you ready for it or not, will I be able to be successful in it or not? You carry self-talk within you. I request you, ma, because of the lower identity you carry, Because of the self-doubt, you're not any decision in your life. You're not able to go for it. You're not able to step up for it. Even though you know for a fact it's a good thing for you. But you still feel like it's not going to manifest. You still feel like, I don't think it's going to manifest for me. I don't think it's going to happen for me. So because of the self-doubt you are carrying, Marshall, now I request you. You have posted, okay, so much. Okay, you want to become a monk, you need to pay a lot of debt before, you need to renounce everything. See, all these obstacles is nothing but the self-doubt which you're carrying. Actually, Durga, understand it. It's only the self-doubt which you're carrying. Just drop that self-doubt. Whatever self-doubt you're carrying about, that low confidence, right? Will I be able to do? Drop it. I understand. I request you not to write up. Mashumi Durga. Write down details. What is it that you're not? What is it that you really want to manifest in your life, but you're not having the confidence for it? Write it down. Like before, after satsang, before going to bed, you write down detailing. What is it stopping you? What is the exact self without which you're carrying within yourself? Why is it carrying such low confidence about yourself, even though you know for a fact you can do it? Even though you know for a fact you can manifest it. But why is that self that you carry in? Pen down. Detail it. Yes. Ashwini Durga, you want to share something more? Come on, Ma. You are surely the Durga. You are Durga herself. Low self confidence should not be the thing for you. I understand it. Remind yourself of the name which Swamiji is given to you. You're Durga herself. Durga never had been self-doubt. She is ferocious with herself. Out of the intensity, she manifests what she wants. She kills the asuras. Same way, have the intensity. You will see, you will manifest what you want. Nityananda, Ma Yvonne, welcome. Ma Saroja Plush. I see new participants logged in. Welcome for all of you. Ma Shulini Durga, if you have any more questions you have, Ma, go ahead and feel free to ask. No problem. Don't limit yourself. If you have any questions, any doubts, do feel free to post in the chat section. Okay. So at the end, as Swamiji says, right, whatever happens in your life, whether you are losing your job or losing a family member or anything, if you want to experience success, all you need is just have gratitude. When you have gratitude to Swamiji for him manifesting in your life, understand the greatest blessing, the ultimate blessing one can get in one's life is having Guru, having Swamiji in your life. And the auspicious time, all of us can connect with you. Offer whatever best things you have, whatever carries the best within yourself, whether your time, talent, treasure, whatever you have, whatever the best you have, how much are you offer that at Swamiji's feet. You will see you will manifest the ultimate. You will manifest the best of your life. So with this, I now request all participants now. Let's now enter a very beautiful meditation. The gratitude meditation. Literally, right after this meditation, you will feel like the overflowing love, compassion towards nature.
I request all participants to please settle down. Please close your eyes. Settle down, relax yourself.
Now, bring awareness to your Sahasrara. Forget about the rest of the body. Just bring intense awareness. Just intense awareness into that area. Now, carry a wide smile. Relax all of us. Relax everything to your Sahasrara and have a wide smile on your face. Offer your gratitude to your mother for giving you life, for nurturing you, caring for you. Offer your gratitude to your mother. Remember your mother and give gratitude to her with all your being. Just because of she, you are having a body. Be great. Have gratitude to your mother for giving this body to you, for giving life to you. Now, offer gratitude to your father for giving you this life and providing it for all your needs, supporting, guiding you. Offer your gratitude. Offer your gratitude to your father for taking care of all your needs. Offer your gratitude. Doctors, the nurses who received you into this world. Offer your gratitude to them. Offer your gratitude to all the people who took care of you, who built the hospital and the home where you were born. Offer your gratitude to all of them, to every single person who was involved in building the hospital or in building the home when you were born. Just offer your gratitude to every single person who was involved in taking care of you, in building the hospital, building the house where you were born. Now, offer your gratitude to all the people who took care of you when you were an infant, as you grew, all the people who took care of you. Offer your gratitude to each and every one of them. Now, offer your gratitude to all of those people involved in working for your food, your clothes, your living. Offer your gratitude to all of them when you were young. Remember all those people who took care of you, gave you food, shelter, clothing when you were young. Remember them and offer your gratitude towards them. Offer your gratitude to each and every person who worked for your food, clothes, and living. Now, offer your gratitude to all the teachers who provided you, who gave you the primary education. Offer your gratitude to all of them. Each and every teacher who provided you with the primary education. Offer your gratitude. Now, offer your gratitude to all your young age friends who made your life blissful and happy, who shared their innocence and joy with you. Offer your gratitude to all of them. offer gratitude to each and every friend, young age friend of yours, that shared their innocence and joy with you, making your life happy and blissful. Just feel the gratitude overflowing to the peace. Now, offer your gratitude to all your relatives, your brothers, your sisters, and your relatives, and everyone else for nurturing you, for caring for you. Offer your gratitude to them and seek their forgiveness for any hurt that you may have caused to them intentionally or unintentionally, or consciously or unconsciously. Seek forgiveness for that and offer your gratitude to them for nurturing for you and caring for you. Offer your gratitude to all your brothers, all your sisters, your cousins, your relatives, to each and every one of them. Now, offer your gratitude To all the people who gave you professional education, who helped you stand in your profession, who gave you the courage to stand on your own feet, offer your gratitude to each and every one of them. To every single person, every single being who helped you in your professional life, giving you the professional education, who helped you to stand on your own feet, offer your gratitude to them. Whether it is your teachers, your parents, your grandparents, your friends, whoever helped you to stand on your own feet, offer your gratitude to them. Now, offer your gratitude to all the people who helped you financially whenever you needed it. Every single being who helped you financially, offer your gratitude to them. Have gratitude to all those people who supported you financially, supported you, helped you financially. Offer your gratitude towards them. Mukti. Now, offer your gratitude to all the doctors and nurses who took care of your health, who gave you medical insurance, medical assistance whenever you needed it. Offer your gratitude to all the doctors, all the nurses who helped you in your health, provided medical assistance to you. Now, offer your gratitude to your husband or wife for giving you love and security in your life. Forgive them for anything that they have done to you that hurt you, and seek their forgiveness for anything that you may have done that may have hurt them. Offer your gratitude to your husband or wife. Offer your gratitude to all the people who encouraged you, who motivated you, inspired you in your spiritual life. Offer your gratitude to all of them. Now, offer gratitude to all those who have served you in one way or another, to all those in your life. Offer gratitude who have served you in one way in another throughout your whole life. The milkman who delivers milk to you, the grocer, the laundryman, the garbage collector, your servants, your drivers, all these people who you have taken granted for, have gratitude towards, who helped you in every single wave of your life, who supported you, served you in your need. Now, seek one's forgiveness for any hurt that you may have caused intentionally or unintentionally, consciously or unconsciously. Seek their forgiveness. Now, offer your gratitude to your enemies and those who have hurt you, for making you strong and forgiving. Seek their forgiveness for any hurt that you may have caused in them. Now, offer your gratitude to all those who helped you physically, mentally, socially, economically, and spiritually. Now, offer your gratitude to your body and all the parts one by one. Your eyes, your nose, your ears, your mouth, your skin, your hands, your feet, your stomach, your face, every single part of your body. Offer gratitude to it. Now, offer your gratitude to your mind for its miraculous functions. Offer your gratitude to it. Now, offer gratitude to the divine, to the whole, to God, to make all these things possible in your life. Offer gratitude for Paramashanta, to God, for making it happen in your life. gratitude for everything that has manifested in your life. Whether it is your parents, your siblings, your friends, your teachers, your enemies, your body, your mind, every single thing that has manifested in your life. Offer your gratitude to each and every one of you. Now, offer your gratitude as Swamiji. As Swamiji's lotus feet for him manifesting in your life. offer your gratitude to every being who happened in your life from the time you came into this world till date. All the beings who worked, put their time into bringing you into this world, giving you the necessary education. For everything, offer your gratitude to each and every one of them. To remain a deep space of gratitude for every single manifestation in your life. Just fill your whole inner space with gratitude, overflowing gratitude for all the manifestations, for all the best manifestations in your life. And to meet all the beings, your parents, your mother who brought you into this world, your father who fulfilled all your needs, all the doctors, the nurses who helped in bringing you into this world, who received you into this world, all the people who work in building the hospital or the homes that you were born in, all the teachers who provided you with the primary education. The education that you need. All your friends who gave you happiness and joy by sharing their innocence with you. All the doctors who helped you medically. All your relatives, your siblings who cared for you. All the people who helped you in standing